Okay, good evening. Welcome, everyone. I'll call our meeting to order, and we'll begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kmaq and the district of Sipekne'katik, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. East Hants further acknowledges the 50 African Nova Scotian communities whose 400-year history have contributed to the province's culture, history, and legacies. We are all treaty people. Before we proceed, I would just say we have heard from Councillor Musa and Councillor Perry. They are en route, but they got tangled up in some traffic on the way. We'll now have a moment of silent contemplation. The next item is to set the date and time for the next council meetings. A regular meeting of council, policy and in camera, February 17th, 2025, and regular meeting of council, February 25th, 2026. Sorry, folks. Do we have a seconder? All those in favor? Aye. Contrary? Motion is carried. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I declare the agenda approved. Next is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of council for policy and in camera December the 9th, 2025, and the regular meeting of council December 17th, 2025. Are there any errors or omissions to those minutes? Seeing none, I declare the minutes approved. We'll now move to correspondence for information. Is there any item under course? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam. We're looking at item number 55, the building code changes. Is that going to have much effect on our building codes going forward as we progress?
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Madam Warden. No, the changes, one of them just applies to long-term care facilities. The other one has to do with damping, air damping. I don't think either are significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else under correspondence for information? Councillor Merriam.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Madam Warden. And I just wanted to pick up on item 13, which dealt with a safety issue at the Sportsplex. And, I guess just picking up on that, speaks to maybe themes of adequacy of first aid kits, maybe there not being an available backboard splint around, and perhaps through you to staff, maybe just an update on a response to that, please.
Go ahead, Alana.
Thank you, through Madam Warden. So the Sportsplex, along with other municipal facilities, have standard first aid kits, and our staff are trained in standard first aid. I can confirm that the Sportsplex has those items and staff have checked them. It also has an AED on site. The one site that would be slightly different would be the Aquatic Center, so we have a backboard there. It's only for use for staff to take an injured individual from water to pool deck. And then really we do rely on a call to 911 emergency services, and either EHS or fire services would be who would help in those scenarios. So that's what I can say in reference to that.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other items under correspondence for information that anyone wishes to bring forward? Seeing none, we will go to correspondence for decision. several items here. We'll start from the top. Item 68, sponsorship opportunity of a 2026 Woodland Conference for the Central Region will be held in May at Maple Ridge Elementary School, and organizers are seeking sponsors. Alana?
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. From the sponsorship letter, there's an event being held at Maple Ridge Elementary, and it's a woodland conference. It's in partnership with Department of Natural Resources, Nova Scotia Woodlot Owners and Operators, Nova Scotia Community College, Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq. It also includes private woodlot owners, and there's others mentioned there. They are looking for sponsorship opportunities. It didn't align necessarily with our community grant, but if council wanted to support through Gen Gov grant, I believe $100 was sort of the initial amount. So if council wanted to consider that, we could, along with another item on correspondence for decision, that could actually be done through current Gen Gov budget. So it wouldn't be reserve or anything outside of what we currently have.
Thank you. Councillor Merriam.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Forestry is a key industry in Nova Scotia, contributing to thousands of jobs across the province. And forestry is a strong industry and growing industry in East Hants. The 2026 Woodland Conference is being held, as was stated, this year on Saturday, May 2nd in Lance. And they are looking for financial assistance, with $100 being a targeted initial amount. I'd like to move that the municipality of East Hants fund $100 through the general government grant for the 2026 Woodland Conference.
Seconded by, okay, discussion on the motion. Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the votes are in. The motion has passed by a vote of 8-1, with Councillor Rhino voting nay. Next item. We have a letter from Ashley Kopej, founder and executive director of the East Hants Farmers Market, requesting $600 in immediate general government grant support to cover the membership fee with the Farmers Markets of Nova Scotia Association. Discussion on 2026-27 financial support will be considered as part of a general government grant report during budget meetings.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. So Ashley did present to council later in the fall. And as noted up there, we do have, as proposed, budget to actually provide the group some support. But in advance of that, they're looking for $600 to help cover their provincial sort of farmers market fee. It really is to assist with cash flow. It's too early for them to necessarily request fees from vendors, but they are looking for that immediate support so that they can move forward with the farmers market fee.
Thank you. Council, what is your wish? Councillor Mitchell.
Just a question through you, to Madam Chair, Madam Warden, through you to staff. Will they be looking for additional funding going forward after this? Do you know?
Yeah, through the warden. So they did actually submit a CPF application. Staff did review that internally with the staff grant review committee, and we do actually have a proposal coming forward that would align more with Gen Gov, and it would be, again, depending on council approval, because it still has yet to be discussed, it would actually be support through facility rentals. So it's a nominal amount, but again, it's cash flow for the group. So for them to move forward with the, farmers market designation, et cetera, I believe through the province, it's too early for them to go to their vendors and say, we need money for this, this, and this. So really, it's an interim amount. And again, we could cover this with our current GenGov budget along with the $100 for the Woodland Conference, should council wish to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a question, and I'm not sure if you know the answer, but is the $600 that they're looking for the total amount of the membership fee, or is it partial?
Through the warden, it would actually cover the entire amount for the group.
So they don't
Yeah,
have any
for that fee.
funds at this point? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tingley.
I was super impressed with this lady's presentation when she came to council. And I went down to see this market at the Sportsplex, and I was super impressed with that as well. I think they're doing an excellent job. I'd sure like to see this get off the ground and do well. So I'm going to move that council instruct staff to process a payment under the East Hants General Government Grant to the East Hants Farmers Market in the amount of $600 to cover their membership fee with the Farmers Market of Nova Scotia Association.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 9-2, with Councillor Rhino and Councillor Perry voting nay. Next item. We have an email from Jordan Ridgely regarding ongoing and unresolved parking issues in White Estates, specifically Sam Crescent, requesting council present a clear, workable solution to the issues and requests a timely and substantive response outlining how the issue will be addressed. I believe John is going to take that one. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Warden. I think all council knows that there's no, to deal with the current situation in that subdivision, there's no obvious or easy solution. You could ask staff to do some research and see if there's anything we can do. I guess related to this is the review that will happen under the plan review to deal with parking regulations. You know, that's a go forward thing, of course. This is an existing subdivision.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I looked at some of the photos of Sam Crescent, and being very respectful, I see a garage and also a driveway, so to me, that's 2 parking spots. Now, if they decide to use the garage for something else, and they're eliminating 1 parking spot, so, and I think going forward, they knew this when they purchased, so it's a situation that we can't rectify now that's been done, but the garage plus the driveway is 2 spots, so if there's beyond that, I suggested to some that I would park on, clear my lawn and get the 3rd parking spot to save plowing and emergency services, so that's just my thoughts. I'll leave it up to the rest of the council discussion.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, just based on what staff just said there, it seems like it is a difficult situation. So I'm just going to move that council instruct staff to acknowledge Jordan Ridgely's email and advise that staff and council will review the single car driveway issue in the next East Hants official community plan update plan for 2026. And will investigate the complaint about single car driveways and street parking specifically to Sam Crescent to try identify a clear and workable solution for the residents of Sam Crescent.
Is there a seconder? Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. I'd just like to interject, any report from staff about rectifying this would not be part of the plan review. This is an entirely separate issue.
no.
That's what I just thought I
Right.
heard.
No, what we're going to do, there's a motion to get us to deal right now with townhouses and parking requirements there. And then through the plan review, we plan to look at all our parking requirements. But again, that's a go forward for new development. That wouldn't deal with Sam Crescent. That's already done.
So I'm going to respectfully say that I think the motion to include Sam Crescent in that review would be out of order, because we can't go back and fix something in the plan review that was done prior. It would have to be a separate standalone report from staff, I guess is what I'm saying. Does everyone understand that?
I think I do. So
Yeah.
the motion should be to get a report back?
Yes. We can certainly acknowledge Mr. Ridgely's letter. We can certainly tell him that going forward, we're looking at things in the plan review, but for his specific problem, that would require a report separate from the plan review.
Well, if it's okay with the seconder, that's what I'd like to change the motion to read that, to acknowledge it and get a report back from staff.
Okay? So just for clarity, the motion is to correspond with Mr. Ridgely, I believe his name is, and acknowledge his correspondence. Tell him that going forward, this is being reviewed under the plan review for future development. And the motion is also that staff will bring us a report on any possible solutions to the Sam Crescent issue. Is that correct?
Correct.
The seconder agrees with that? Okay. All right. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I was just going to go along the lines of what Councillor Tingley just said. Just in reference to the contents of the email, which I won't get into, that possibly staff at least could consider that if there was any possible way of, would take a look at it. So I guess that that second clarification is what I'd be looking for as well. So I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hebb.
It's not directly related to the motion in hand, but it is related to the topic. Or I can bring
Can
it
we
up.
wait till after the
I can
motion
bring,
then?
yes, I can, yeah.
Okay, thank you. To the motion, Councillor Rhino.
Yes, through you to staff. Do you, without going back to make a report, right now, do you see an honest solution that may fit this, would fit this problem? Because if you realistically don't, well, we're wasting staff time on bringing a report back.
Through you, Madam Warden, well, off the top of my head, I can only think of two. Not sure how realistic they are. The first one would just be relaxed enforcement on that street, with councils willing to take the hit in terms of snow clearing. The second one would be to try and find a piece of land in the area for shared parking. Those are the only two I can think of.
Okay, thank you. As long as there is, we're not just sending you back on a fool's errand to try to bring this up. I mean, if there's a realistic solution that may take place, yes, I'd love to report. But if you really don't, if there's not, we're wasting time. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Because of the question asked by Councillor Rhino and the answer from the director, I think the report would be a waste of time, because the only two options are to ease restrictions, which I don't think anybody wants to do, which will affect snow removal, affect emergency services or anything else. So I don't think that's a real viable option. And the other one would be to search out another property for parking. And I mean, I drove up there and looking at satellite pictures, and some of the driveways already have 2 cars parked in the driveways, plus a garage. Some have 1 car in a garage. There's other things, and it's, at what point do the residents take responsibility for the properties they buy? Just like anybody else. Every R1 home is only required to have 1 parking spot. right, in our parking regulations, right? And we get up in arms over multi-unit buildings with how many parking spaces they can have. Well, sometimes these R1 houses have a larger requirement, and so I don't think there is any valuable report that can come out from staff on this issue, other than the two choices would be spend money to find parking somewhere not in the area that I don't think anybody would park at, because they'd have to then walk a great distance from their home to their vehicle, or you literally would, the second option is to jeopardize public safety. And I will never vote for anything that jeopardizes public safety. Thank you.
All right, does anyone else wish to speak on the motion? Seeing no one left to speak, we will go to the vote. And the motion has passed by a vote of 8-3, with Councillor McPhee, Councillor Musa, and Councillor Perry voting nay.
Excuse me.
Next item, Deputy Warden Dixon wishes to declare a conflict of interest on the next item, as he is a member of the Enfield Fire Department. Sorry, I forgot Councillor Head. My apologies, go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to staff, would it not be possible to post no parking on the street signs along that area? And that would give us jurisdiction to have cars towed or ticketed?
Through you, Madam Ward, we could. But what this resident is basically telling council is that that's what's happening. We're getting enforcement action. But there isn't enough parking. So where do you want us to park? But yes, of course, we could post either or both sides of the street for no parking.
Well, I know I've dealt with this for many years, but once you have 2 or 3 cars towed away, the message gets across pretty damn clear. So if you posted that, we've had cars towed away, the message is there that you don't park on the street. And I understand the intent of his thing, but to me, that's the intent of the people who are parking there, that this is a way to say that municipality recognizes the problem and this is what we're gonna do to fix it. Thank you.
All right, next item. We did have a presentation from the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department from Luke Guthrow, Captain and Chairman of the Hall Planning Committee on Executive Day. Over to you on this one, Adam.
Good evening, Madam Warden. So this is a decision point from the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department, as you mentioned in the presentation at committee. They have asked council if you will take over ownership of a new building for them. In return, it enables them to access grant funding and potential loan funding for their project. They have indicated through their presentation that they still would maintain all responsibility from a capital and operating side of the facility. So that wouldn't lie with council. And that is the request. Does council want to consider owning a new fire hall for Enfield so they can advance their priorities?
Thank you, Adam. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. As a follow-up to the presentation, my question through the staff is, what is the advantage to the municipality going forward to this request, and how would it be affected if the other 12 departments asked the same request so they could access the funds from the FCM under the same type of program? Would this limit the municipality from accessing that fund? So those are some of my thoughts. I'm just trying to look for the advantage. What is the advantage going forward? And would the other 12 departments be available to the same request?
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden, I think if council did request a staff report, we would provide a more fulsome explanation or examples on advantages or pros and cons and so forth. Looking at it right now, you'd really be setting the tone for the rest of your fire service to be asking you the same question, and is council prepared to do that across the board? For the FCM grant portion, I did have a call on Monday with the FCM grants funding advisor. The call did cut in and out. It wasn't a great call, but I do have the contact to follow up. They did mention that they believe municipality could access additional funding down the road. I don't foresee council being able to apply for multiple grants in 1 year. And as we know, funding isn't always available every year, so, council would need to look at, you have other priorities in the hopper, that you would want to access that funding for as well. So there's lots of things that if council want to explore the conversation more, we would bring back a staff report, or if council's in the opinion that this isn't something that's right at this time, you could have that conversation right now. The other important piece that we presented also the committee on Tuesday was the fire service review that's happening. And that's really the broader conversation for council to keep in the back of their mind. We are having a staff meeting with some provincial staff tomorrow across the province on that report, and just trying to get a better understanding of where the province may be going, and infrastructure from some of the documentation I've seen is part of the conversation. To what end, we don't know yet. If it becomes infrastructure across the board, then there's a lot broader conversation this council needs to have around fire service delivery.
Just to follow up, do you think a staff report would give information to all departments on this circumstance or this?
Through you, Madam Warden, a staff report is probably worth the effort. I'm just using that from the previous conversation. In this case, to put that information in one place for council to digest and for the public to digest around it. So it would be a place that we could come back with more information from the pros and cons and the grant side of things. And at that time, we will have heard a little bit more on where the province may be going with the FSANS report, and we may not either as well, right? So the province is trying to work towards the September deadline. We would anticipate a staff report would come back within the next month or so.
Based on that information, Madam Warden, I make a motion that staff does a staff report on this presentation presented by Enfield Fire, and to indicate the pros and cons and what may be coming down the pipes moving forward, so that all departments in East Hants would have information that they could base their future on going forward.
Seconded by Councillor Hibb. I have two people on to speak prior to the motion, Councillor Rhino and Councillor Musa. I would ask councillors wishing to speak to the motion, well, I guess if I see you on past Councillor Musa, I'll
Yep.
hear to the motion. Okay, Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Well, for me, if this was 2 years ago and we wanted to report back on this, I would say we need a bigger report. We need a much broader report on the whole fire service of East Hants, in which I've been advocating for. However, the director has just said, and we all are aware as of the executive committee, that the fire service is kind of on hold now with regard because of the provincial report that will be coming down. So how can we jump into something so quickly for wanting reports until we know how the municipality is going to be, if it's going to be included in this report in the fire service aspect of governance. So to me, I can't support the motion until we know what the province is going to dictate to us, because we are a child of the province. And like it or lump it, we're a child of the province. So what they say we have to do. So to me, I think it's being too hasty, and we should wait until we have some kind of communication from the province with regard to our role in the fire service. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you to Adam. Like, if the municipality owned the new fire department, are we going to apply for the loan or the Enfield Fire Department applying for the loan? And if they, how can they apply for a loan if they don't own the building? So I think that's gonna affect our borrowing capacity, and if every fire department does that, I think we're done.
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden. I believe the municipality needs to be the owner of the building and partner with a not-for-profit. I need to confirm that the municipality would need to apply for that. So that would come, that additional information will come back in the report. But likely that may be a piece of the puzzle that the municipality would have to apply for it as well. So the other thing I will mention too, as part of this grant that they're seeking, there's a whole feasibility study analysis that needs to be done that Enfield Fire, I don't believe they have completed yet. They were waiting to have this initial conversation with council, but that would take quite some time, and the feasibility analysis is a requirement of the FCM grant application because it is looking at your net zero type of building. So you need to be able to validate part of that through the feasibility analysis, and it will feed into the grant application. So it is a longer conversation if council were to keep going down this road. There is another preliminary step that needs to be done before you can even work towards the actual application. So, which I do believe Enfield is likely prepared to take that step, but they would have to exhaust money. So probably wouldn't be financially prudent for them to do the feasibility analysis at this point until they were able to engage council in the conversation.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I've no one left to speak. I'm in an awkward position because I'd like to speak to this motion, but I don't have a deputy chair here beside me. So I guess I would ask for council's guidance if you wish to extend me the ability to speak, or I can ask Councillor McPhee or someone to come and take the chair while I speak. What's your wish? All right, well, hang on to your hats, folks, because I find myself in the position of agreeing with Councillor Rhino. What we have had released from the province thus far in the fire services review is thin, in my opinion. I've looked over various pieces of it, but trying to read between the lines, I'm not sure that the province even yet knows exactly what interpretation or what the end product is going to be from that report. But reading through the line, between the lines, I'm seeing a lot of things that say municipal responsibility under provincial oversight, municipal responsibility for infrastructure. Now, it doesn't say municipal ownership of infrastructure. But my mind says if the municipality is going to be responsible for infrastructure, buildings or vehicles, that's not a big leap. It's hard to be responsible for something you don't own. So I don't know. I don't think anyone knows yet. And that is my problem with this. To send staff away to make a report, and I do believe we'll need a report, several reports at some point in time. I just do not feel myself that we have enough information at this time to direct them towards creating a report that will be useful going forward. And with the request itself, it's a very difficult thing to deal with right now. I have the greatest respect for all our volunteer fire departments, but it would be very difficult to commit to building a new fire hall for a department or partnering with them or whatever when we do not know what the fire service is going to look like 12 months down the road even. So that is my concern, and for those reasons I won't be supporting this motion at this time. And those are my comments, and I apologize for not turning the chair over, but thank you for indulging me. So does anyone else have any comments around this? So could we be refreshed? The motion is to direct staff to do a report on this particular ask and the effects that this might have on all fire departments. Am I right? Yeah. Okay, and that's the motion that's on the floor. So no one left to speak, we will go to the vote. Let's see, we're missing someone voting. I should have 10, shouldn't I?
One stepped out for conflict of interest, Warden.
Yes, but I should still have 10,
We have 9.
and I only have 9 who have voted.
Someone still has to vote.
Well, I have voted. Ah, somebody just found the button. The motion has failed by a vote of 6 to 4, with Counselor McPhee, Counselor Hebb, myself, Counselor Musa, Counselor Rhino, and Counselor Perry voting nay. And the CAO has asked to ask a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So generally, we would get back to somebody who's written into council to request something from you. From the conversation, I'm hearing that it's a question of what will be coming down from the province and what the fire service review, how that will impact the fire service before we proceed with making any bold moves for any department. Is that sort of the message that? I guess I heard two councillors say that that's their concern. Is that generally the reason, or is there another reason we should give to Enfield Fire why we didn't proceed?
Okay, you've heard the CAO's question. In an effort not to prolong it before I go to anyone else, does anyone disagree with her summation? That we would correspond with Enfield and let them know that we are not in a position to make decisions like this at this time due to the ongoing provincial fire review? We may have to have a motion to do that, I guess. So we'll come back to this then after I deal. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The CAO was taking words out of my mouth because I was gonna move, that we table this request and inform, Enfield Fire of our decision to table it pending the return of the provincial fire review, at which time that we will then be in a better position to answer their question and their ask.
We do have the review from FSANS, but we don't have the follow-up information
Information.
from the province.
Yes,
That's what we need.
Yeah, the provincial part of legislation.
Okay, Adam, would you like to?
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden, just for clarity, the government is looking at potential legislative changes in September is the messaging we're hearing from government, taking the review and then making legislative changes. So that would set the path for council to understand their responsibilities.
So Councillor Perry, would your motion be until we learn what the provincial legislation is going to be?
Absolutely.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Rhino. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. We have 10 voting, okay, and the motion has passed unanimously. Okay, that concludes this item. Deputy Warden Dixon, you can return to your seat. The next item on correspondence for decision is a letter from Harold McNeil, the president of the East Hants Curling Association, regarding the 4th annual Rising Tides Curling Bonspiel in November of 2026, seeking reduced ice rental costs. Alana? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden. So in this letter, the Curling Association speaks about the bonspiel that they held in November, and they do speak to the cost of it, and that they would consider another bonspiel in 2026 if there was a significant reduction in ice rental costs. Sort of looking back on some of the discussions we've had regarding curling and rental rates in July, council made 3 motions in regards to a similar request where they opted to not reduce rental rates, to give the group $1,800 in funding to go towards their facility rental costs, which that did happen, that was processed. The group also did receive $250 in event hosting grant from the community grant program, and they did receive $1,500 from the not-for-profit insurance grant program, so a total of just over $3,500. And there was a third motion at that time that we spoke about in December as well, which was to delay any discussions about future curling facility until the rec facilities master plan was done. So really, it's revisiting that rate conversation again. Should council wish to consider that, we can certainly have that conversation.
Thank you, Alana. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to Atlanta, I guess. What, do you have any idea what the likelihood of others coming to us and asking for a reduction in rate would be if we do this kind of?
Through the warden, I mean, there's always those precedent-setting pieces. We don't offer rate reduction to other groups. There's other sport groups, minor hockey, et cetera. There's figure skating groups. There's a lot of other groups that do use the ice arenas, and they don't get reduced rental rates. And again, this group did receive a grant from council to the tune of $1,800 plus the event hosting grant, et cetera, et cetera. So should they look into that, that's their option.
I'd like to help the curling as much as we can, but if we get into a situation where we're reducing rates, I'm not sure how that squares with the expense side of our income and expense. We're looking at surfacing the parking lot and doing the roof and that sort of thing.
Through the warden, there are extensive capital, projects that are planned for the longevity of the facility. And we've had extensive rate conversations in regards to the facility, sort of writing that balance. We've got our youth rates and things like that, and prime and non-prime. I mean, the group is only charged for the time that they use, which is, sometime in the morning, sometime in the afternoon. We don't charge them for any of the time in between when it's not rentable for other things, because it is exclusively set up for curling for the entire day on Thursday.
My other question, and this could apply to other groups as well as the curling and other things where we are looking at similar types of things. Do we get copies of the annual income and expense of these organizations to understand what their financial situation is?
So depending on, through the warden, depending on the grant program that they are part of, there would be sort of different levels of information provided for expenses, et cetera. So yeah, we do get budget information from a lot of the groups. I can't speak perfectly to the bond spiel itself. I do believe we actually tied one of the motions to include reporting, so we would have that information as well. Lots of other groups have tournaments, they fundraise, they get sponsorships, things like that. So, our facility is used for a lot of other tournaments for a lot of other organizations.
Okay, I have no other comments or questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So this ask is for a future Bondsfield. Would they have the opportunity to reapply this in the coming year for another grant for this one if they so choose?
Through the warden, there's always community grant. I know the request last year came in the form of a letter, and that did go through Gen Gov. So if the group wished to do something similar to that this coming year, then that would be up for council consideration. Community grant for event hosting is just processed as per policy by staff.
Well, I do believe if we start picking and choosing different groups who get a reduced rate on ice time, I think then we are walking down a very, very bleak path, and it would be fraught with a lot of criticism, and rightly so. So I do believe that they have the opportunities to apply for the same type of grant that they did for the other one. So I think that will be how I will be weighing my vote. Thank you.
Councillor Merriam.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to Alana. Question about the number of times approximately council has examined the issue with curling of the rates approximately? Was it 2 or 3 times?
Through the warden, I mean, for this, since the municipality assumed operations and we had an overarching rate discussion, I think this time last year, we really reevaluated all of the rates. Since that time, we've spoken about it twice. So in July, we had some discussion about it. This December, we spoke about it again. And I think each time, council supported their initial motions from July to keep the rates the same, you know, for the sake of, you know, fairness and equality of all groups and things like that. So yeah, we have, predating that, there's been a number of curling discussions regarding facility use, et cetera. But I would say specifically on this, with our recent rates, would be twice, this now being the third time.
Excellent. So I just think that's an important point that needs to be reiterated, that it's not a first time look or consideration. It's something that we have addressed a few times over the past year. And I just wanted to add, I think curling adds a real great vibe and dynamic to East Hants and to the Sportsplex. I know a lot of folks that do it really enjoy it. And, so great that we've looked at it before. I think it adds a lot of value. And also very pleased too, I think it needs to be said again, with the $1,800 financial award that we granted last year, plus the community hosting grant. And as Councillor Rhino said, the ability for the group to, in the coming year to perhaps revisit some of that funding. I think that leaves it on a good note, and that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Okay, folks, well, we need a motion to give staff direction on how to respond to Mr. McNeil. Now, someone must be prepared to put something in the form of a motion. Councillor Rhino.
I would move that we correspond with the Curling Association and just and inform them that we are not in the practice currently of reducing ice rental rates. And in the letter, I would point out that they could apply for similar grants as in the past. So move.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously. Okay. CAO wishes to speak.
No, I'm just on the next one.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm just trying to be helpful.
Oops. Okay, next item, application to petition for a local improvement bylaw F100 Glen Drive, Lance, on a drainage and grading concern, and the CAO is going to take this one.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So this request has come in from a resident. We had some back and forth with the resident about the drainage situation on the back of their property, and through several conversations, I've determined that the grading was done per the standards, per the engineering certificate that we have to say it was done properly. So with that back and forth, we did suggest to the residents that there is a local improvement process to have work done, specifically around, the MGA allows it to be done around storm drainage on private property. So if they were intent on having the solution for their property, I'll say fixed or changed, then they could request that council entertain the work under a local improvement where they could have the work done and pay it back over their taxes over a number of years if that was the route the council decided to take. The request does come with some things that are not possible. Our local improvement projects do become liens on the land. That's very clear in our bylaw, and that is one of the requests in the email. And there's another request that the municipality cover some of the costs related to that, the municipality cost sharing. And I would suggest that the council doesn't have any money set aside for these types of projects to do that kind of cost sharing. So typically your petition process would be, does council want to take on this project and support these residents in fixing this problem? And if so, what does that look like as far as a local improvement project? Before we went down the road of getting sort of quotes on what it would cost to fix this for the multiple residents, so we can even put out a petition, we wanted to do a check-in with council to see if it's something you wanted us to pursue. So I know Councillor Tingley has been copied on all the correspondence that I've had with this gentleman. I guess I would look for council's indication of whether we want to pursue this or not, be it the next steps would be going out to get quotes on what the work should be, and then getting quotes on how much it would be to do the work. Depending on what that work is, it would probably involve pulling the residents together to make sure that we had a clear vision of what they intended to have happen as a result of the drainage work being done.
So just to be clear, there would be expense to even getting to the petition
Yes.
stage of this. Okay. Does any member of council wish to speak to this item? Councillor Merriam.
Thank you, Madam Warden. In reviewing this, I was wondering for maybe a little more depth in terms of the nature of the problem. I mean, is it, I know, safety is mentioned, but is it largely cosmetic? Is it causing, a backup of water? I'm just kind of confused. The why part of the request?
Through you, Madam Warden, my understanding is that there's a ditch going through the back of the properties of this stretch of townhomes. And I think it's, yeah, there is a ditch going through, and I think it's probably more aesthetic than, and being able to use the yard of their home the way that they want to use the yard.
Okay, and did I hear from your earlier comments that could you revisit that about who would pay for I mean, that would be for council to determine, but typically the residents would pay for the cost all themselves? Did I hear that correctly?
So council has, generally we would do paving projects under this particular bylaw. It doesn't preclude you from doing other types of projects, and council does have a reserve set aside to fund up to 10% at your will of paving projects. We have a reserve put aside for that. We do have a reserve for storm drainage, but that is intended to be municipal storm drainage, sort of the larger infrastructure type. It was never intended to fund work done on private property for the benefit of the private property. So there would be no, as far as I'm concerned, council doesn't have any responsibility, or I would have to look at either legal ability to fund the work being done on private property to the benefit of private property owners. They have the authority to spend money on storm drainage that impacts municipal infrastructure, like ditching and whatnot would be within the road right of way. would be the storm drainage that you would be working with.
Last question. If it were infilled, I'm sorry if this is a silly question, but I mean, I know the water's going somewheres now, but you know, would this change in any way where the water's going? You know, could we talk a little bit about that?
So that is part of what would need to be determined. We didn't go that far to say, what does the project look like and how much would it cost? You would have to figure out what the solution is to the problem, which you can't, it has to go somewhere. It's part of the storm drainage plan for the entire subdivision. So it has to go somewhere. There is an easement on these properties for this storm drainage. So I think the hope is, if I recall correctly, to have it sort of filled in with a drainage pipe of some kind to direct the water that's not a swale or a ditch. So what that would cost, we would have to figure out, is that the solution? And if it's the solution, you could put that back on the residents to figure that out to start with. And then how much is it gonna cost would be, again, you could put that back on the residents, or you could put it on us. I think if we're going to pay for the work, then we should have some impact on that. Then you'd have to go out to your residents, that group of homes, and say, if it's going to cost $21,000 and there's 7 of you, then you know you're all going to pay $3,000. What say you? Then your bylaw kicks in to say what percentage of people need to approve that for it to go ahead. Who wants to pay it? How do you pay it over 5 years, 10 years? You know, whatever the amount of time is. That would be part of the petition that council would have to figure out. And then we would go get the work done, pay the contractor, and bill that back out to the folks. They could either pay it up front or pay it over that 10-year option or 5-year option, whatever they choose. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you, and no further questions.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, as the CAO is aware, I'm familiar with this area and this situation. I wouldn't look at it as fixing something, because this was the plan to build this, and it is a storm drain. It's a significant storm drain that carries water away in that subdivision. But I do have empathy for the people that live there. These are all brand-new townhouses. I don't know what they pay for them, $500,000 or $600,000. And they've got this massive drain going down the back of their property, about 20 feet off their deck. And the gradient on the sides of the ditch, I think they expected that it was going to be more of a swale, but I would describe it as a ditch myself. And the gradient going into the ditch and the height of the ditch is fairly significant. I wouldn't be happy to have that behind my property. I'll be straightforward about it. But, you know, they did buy the properties, and I don't know what conversations they had with the real estate or the contractors, if this was all disclosed to them. But if all the residents there are interested in contributing towards the cost of trying to do something different, I think it would be reasonable to look into that. I'm not sure if we just go straight with a petition, or if we need to get a report back from staff to have some kind of a plan here as to how you would deal with it. I'd like to give them something, you know, and I don't know what can be done, because this is a significant part of the drainage there, but it's a nasty thing to have to look at off your back deck. And if you have small kids that are under 10 years old, I wouldn't want them playing around it, because if they fell into it, it could be a problem. Or if they have relatives and friends come to their property and they're out there in the evening, I wouldn't want them to fall into it. Like, it's significant as far as I'm concerned. So I would ask staff if they've got any advice on how we could proceed with the petition. Should we get a report back, or can, you know, any advice on how we would proceed with this?
CAO?
Through you, Madam Warden, well, I think probably a report, like if you want the full picture and we'll think through all of the conditions of what would have to be true for this all to line up and happen, I think a report would be appropriate. I think whatever we do before we go to the residents, we have to have some kind of indication of what it will cost. And we can get that without spending any or too much money. But in the end, I think the key question for us will be, is council going to put any money towards this? Like, energy and effort from staff is one thing, but is there a financial contribution towards it? And to go forward, the residents would have to understand that this will be a lien on their property. That is part of the local improvement process, so a staff report would probably be your first place to start.
On that basis, I'll just move that staff bring back a report to council regarding the requests from the residents on Glen Drive, Lance, dated October 28, 2025, for application to petition for local improvement under bylaw F100.
Do we have a seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Merriam. I have three people on to speak prior to the motion. First, Councillor McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to the CAO, just some clarification. So this is an existing ditch, the way I understand it, on an easement on private property. It's draining and working properly now, as far as we know. It's doing its job. They're looking to have it piped. I couldn't support doing anything like that because the municipality is going to be working on private property, taking on responsibility, a big expense, maintenance of a piping property, a problem. I just think we'd be entering into a whole bunch of legal tangles down the road for future councils and a big expense right now. So I don't see why we would consider doing something on a private property that we had no part of creating any problem, and I don't really see it as a problem. They bought the house with the easement there, the drainage ditch there. Why would we step into it? So I would be against doing anything with this, if I'm correct, and that's how I see it, CAO.
Through you, Madam Warden, I wouldn't anticipate that the municipality would take ownership of this drain in the end. There would have to be legal releases to say, we'll do the work, but it's still on your private property. It's still up to you to maintain, and that was, that's one of the questions for the group of homeowners, like, how are you going to maintain this pipe? Who's going to take that responsibility, because it won't be the municipality's ownership.
Exactly. So if we just stay away from it, we don't get into that argument at all. Okay, thank you. That's everything.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I do feel for anybody that has a backyard that's impacted by drainage. I do, but that's protecting a lot more of the subdivision, including their own homes. I just wonder, what if some of these people just start infilling it on their own? What recourse is there? It's on private property, and is the easement owned by us, or is the easement owned, who owns the easement for this drainage?
Go ahead, Jesse.
Through Madam Warden, the easement is a easement that is registered in the ownership of, sorry, I'm just pulling it up in the document. It's registered on Property Online. It's a public record. It's easement DE 10. I just have to find it here on the registry. It is not a municipal owned easement. It's with the development itself. It's with Kiln Creek Developments. And ultimately, if someone on private property, which has always been the case, does something to their property that changes drainage, that in a way that negatively impacts an adjacent private property owner, they are civilly liable to their neighbor. And that is, and the municipality has historically and consistently stayed out of that, so that's a civil matter. You need to work that out with your neighbor if someone were to do that and modify a designed drainage path.
Because when I look at this, I'm like, it's 100% on private property. They knew about it when they purchased the home. There's another drainage ditch on the other side of, well, still on lot, I think it's LO 51, that's not developed yet, but it's part of the Kiln Creek development. They haven't just further on down the road. And then when the people move in there, are they gonna want the same thing? And when you look at the amount of water that comes off that hill, I think we talk about the problems of flooding in the corridor. This is probably helping stop and prevent a lot of flooding because of it's at such a steep pitch and stuff, because it holds the water and allows it to be released. So I'm really not for municipal work happening on private property. I just think it starts bringing us down a situation where now we do become liable. If we put stuff in the ground there with our money, even though we recover it, that's municipal assets in the ground. Now we are a stakeholder, now we are liable for how that impacts downstream. So there's a whole lot more to this than just wanting to, help out the view and use of somebody's backyard, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Well, just when I wanted to speak, I was wanting more information on this, and I think I've attained that through Councillor McPhee's questions and Councillor Perry's questions. And to me, I think I've found out that those homes were built after this other easements, which drains another part, were put in after. Is that correct? That easement was, that waterway or what's there prior to everything else, and I tend to agree with both Councillors McPhee and Councillor Perry that, we can say, we're gonna cost recover this from, if we go ahead with it, if we cost recover it from the people around, but once the municipalities gets involved, and if anything happens at that point, whether we have some kind of agreement or not, we're gonna be involved one way or another if a lawsuit comes down the road. So it seems to me that that's on private property. We should stay well clear of it. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Warden, I said yes, but I think that's probably an assumption on my part. I believe it was there when the home was purchased. It was certainly registered, and I think Jesse can answer it.
Jesse?
Through Madam Warden, the design of the drainage was part of the larger development plan for the total Kiln Creek development. And so different aspects of their drainage plan, some is private, some is public. There's public infrastructure and there's private. And what the developer for the development as a whole does is they create drainage paths that are set up to drain and protect all of the properties they plan to subdivide and sell. And then they divide up, and that's their choice on how they divide up and sell. That was set up as part of the drainage plan, and that's how that property was sold, with that pre-existing in place.
With that information, would not be the perfect avenue for the homeowner and the developer to come to some kind of agreement or whatever they can reach instead of bringing the municipality in on this? Seems to me that's what I just heard. Now that's my interpretation.
That is an option.
That would certainly be an option they could pursue.
I would definitely believe, I think it's a better, in my opinion, and from what I'm hearing tonight, that may be the best option and keep the municipality clear of this, because to me, it was there. It's been there. It's working properly as Councillor McPhee, stated. So, I think we would be getting involved in something we shouldn't. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Warden, I think the gentleman that I've been emailing with certainly has been in touch with the developer, and there's no solution being offered as far as between the developer and the residents.
So then, thus his letter here to try to fix what he foresees as a problem, and which would involve the municipality. And to me, once you involve the municipality, we're gonna take on some form of risk somehow, one way or another. Thank you.
The deputy warden has asked to speak.
Just listen to some of the comments back and forth, why we would jump into this, I'm not sure if that's the right way to go, but if the residents and the contractor there, Industries, why could they not get together and for sake of safety, put a fence or something like that to protect one from the other? And this way, we're not involved and they would be able to resolve their own issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Warden, this swale is right in the middle of their property. So their backyard is very short to start with, and then the swale takes up a significant portion of their grassed back area in their property. So I don't think that, like, a fence might be a solution from a safety perspective, but aesthetically and usage of the property, that's probably not an option given the size of their backyards.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair. First of all, I wouldn't call this a swale. I definitely would call it a ditch. I don't know what kind of a solution, maybe, I never thought about a fence. I don't know what kind of a solution could be achieved here. But maybe that's a possibility that would satisfy them. I would not want it if it was my property. I think they did come to the municipality first, and then they went to the, because there's a whole bunch of other arguments about that we can't get into here, I guess. Why this homeowner believes that the municipality should be involved. I think he came to the municipality first and then went to the developer, and the developer hasn't been any help. We're talking about liability, and I don't think we fully understand what the liability would be if we got involved in this. I think we should be looking at it to see if we should do something, and we should at least have a report. That's all I'm saying. But, what I'm hearing is nobody even wants to investigate it or see if there's something that should be considered. I hear Councillor McPhee's, that's the way TIR has always looked at it. I think when the province comes out with their new stormwater plans, I think they'll probably have to look at something differently. I think we should at least investigate it. That's it.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a question to John or Jesse, when we approve a subdivision and they have stormwater plan, so how can we control that? Is that out of the scope of the plan, or is that how it's supposed to work when they already submit their application? So did they do something different, or that's what the engineer did?
Through you, Madam Warden. So as part of the subdivision approval process, they have to submit their plan, which in this case showed this swale or ditch. That was sent to INO for review against our standards, our municipal standards, and found to meet them, as I understand it. And so the subdivision was approved on that basis. Then it was built, and it was certified that it was built according to the plan. So as far as we're concerned, it meets municipal standards, and it was built in accordance with our standards.
And when the person bought the house, that right of way for the ditch was already existing on his property, or no?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when they bought and how far along, but I'm pretty sure it would have already been there by the time they got a house built there, yeah.
Yeah, so they cannot sell a house without the right of way for the ditch, or whatever you're gonna call it. So I don't know why we're getting involved in this. I think it's between the developer and the residents, or the resident themselves to fix it. I think if we put our money in there and we do the work, I think we're gonna be liable for something if it fail. If something fail, we're gonna be fixing it on our own, and that's gonna be more expensive. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the vote is to have a staff report on how we could help these folks with this problem. And the motion has passed by a vote of motion has failed by a vote of 9-2. With Counselor Merriam and Counselor Tingley voting in favor and everyone else voting nay. Okay, my goodness, the correspondence for decision tonight is a lengthy item. The last one, we've had an email from a gentleman named Clark Wilkins requesting to purchase part or all of PID 45225992 from the municipality for use as a secondary entrance to land PID 425904442 for a future subdivision. Adam?
Thank you, Madam Warden. So council has the correspondence in front of you. Director Woodford and I did meet with Mr. Wilkins quite some time ago, around his initial inquiry. We did let Mr. Wilkins know that council is the decision-making point for your land. Also in the same conversation, we did advise that council hasn't declared this land, the municipal land, surplus at this time. Council's focusing on the northeast side of your business park right now as your priority. And then we'll look at planning of this and potential opportunities or not after as your next priority. So it is in front of you. You could accept for information. You could ask for a staff report if as you wish.
Counselor Merriam.
Thank you, Madam Warden. In looking at this request, one of the questions that I had was the assertion that it's mostly considered wetland. And I took a look, I guess, at our property app system. And, I believe from recollection, it showed a little bit of, water, symbol. But, it looked like more, say 10% or 15% or something like that. I guess my question through the warden to staff is, would you agree with that assertion that it's mostly considered wetland? It doesn't appear to me to be that way from what I saw.
Go ahead, Adam.
Through you, Madam Warden, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that statement in the letter. I would say though, however, council does own quite a bit of significant land in addition to these parcels that we're looking at in the back, and there is wetland along there. We believe there is usable land on our land that we would need to look at further. But there is wetland in the area as well.
Yeah, and I guess another question would be, we can see, maybe we could review that if you have those figures handy, what the assessed value is. It seemed from recollection to be fairly low, and maybe a kind of a conservative estimate based on current market rates and past sales. What the maybe just something to kind of reference. I guess to say would be considering paying above assessed value. It seems like the land would be worth quite a bit more than that. Can you provide any perspective on that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden, correct, the land would be worth more than assessed value. There's actually 2 PIDs there that a road would need to go through, and it equals about approximately 60 acres in total. The assessed value of one of the PIDs is about 30,000, the other one's about 112-ish. So you're looking at about combined 150,000 assessed value, but that's not the value the municipality would place on it. I don't have that number in front of you, but when you go to develop your business park lots and the return and the value that you place on them when they're developable, and they're ready for the market, it definitely has a yield there to consider. So I don't have the market value on hand, but I would agree with your comments that assessed value isn't something we would look at this point.
Yes, so I could, perhaps we could go around and see what others have to say, but I could make a motion afterwards if one is needed. But I'll open the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. The deputy warden had asked to speak, and then he still can't. You can't see him on the list, but he's there.
Thank you, Madam Warden. This gentleman did call me here last week or the week before about the property. His plans were to try to obtain the property for, to build a residential area. He told me in 4 to 5 years, but if you look at his project thing, it's within the next year or so. It's at the end of Whitney Maurice Road, which is a non-hydro, non-water system, so I'm not exactly sure of all his plans, but I think we should go to a staff report, get the information, see what the value is to staff, and what the future plans could be. So I will make that motion that we request a staff report, please.
Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Perry. On prior to the motion, Councillor Musa, Councillor Perry, and Councillor Garden-Cole. Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. When we did our review for our land, this land wasn't any surplus for us or anything. So I think it's very valuable next to our business park, and I don't need any report to make my decision. I already have. I think this land is very valuable to the municipality, and especially if you want to buy it at the assessed value, it should be a no-go for me. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I second the motion for the report based on the fact that this developer has taken into consideration a second exit for safety of his upcoming development, and that's one of the reasons he stated for doing it. The purchase price, I don't agree with, as many councillors won't, but I think that's what the report's gonna do is show us the potential uses the municipality sees for it in the future. And maybe if there's a way we looked at this being developed into feedway, smaller commercial, and there can be some sort of partnership to link the road networks or something. However it looks to be done, possibly, I do think it's worthwhile to understand what staff and what the municipality sees the value of this land is going forward, because we definitely want to encourage developers to think outside the box, especially if their land is landlocked, to provide those second exits for sprawling developments in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Garden-Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Well, along the same lines as Councillor Perry, I did definitely, the second exit part has merit in that. The rest is definitely thinking outside the box for land that is not considered surplus. I was going to ask that it be brought up so that we could have a better look altogether here of what properties and PIDs we are talking about, but Councillor or Deputy Warden put forth a motion that a report be brought back to us, and so I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to Adam, is there any other reasons why the municipality would not want to sell this property at this time for the right price?
Through you, Madam Warden, I guess the current zoning is business park on the municipal land there. So if council was to want to continue with that zoning, and it was developed.
If, I'm going to interrupt, if we're going to get into discussions on possible future use of business park zoned land and anything that might be in the hopper, we should be in camera to have those discussions, councilors.
Well, I was just trying to identify from staff, because I was getting,
Staff would not be able to share anything that they might have.
should we go into
information.
camera for a moment then?
We do have a motion on the floor.
Because I'd like to know what, I get the impression that staff were not wanting to look at
I just
parting with
think
these funds.
any further discussion
Okay.
would have to be in camera.
Okay.
So we do have a motion. Adam?
Just for clarification on the motion, and there was talk in the letter there, and I guess the staff report would clarify for sure through a planning process. It does appear, though, there could be, this land does front Enfield Road, and it does look like there's potential connection to Maurice Whitney, which would then go out to Malcolm Lucas and then out to Enfield as well. So there may, without our land, there may already also be potential to exits if the developer were to develop their land, but that would need to be validated through planning and through the site plan approval and all of those processes too. So, but future staff report would take a look at that as well.
Okay. To the motion, Councillor Musa?
If we can see the property on the screen, would be nice.
Yeah, I'd like that too.
Yeah, I sent an email on it.
Councilors, while Adam brings this up, I do understand we have a motion on the floor. Discussion over purchase and sale of land is something we do not generally discuss in open council. I'm going to suggest that someone move that we table this motion until we have an in-camera discussion, and then we can lift it from the table when we come out of camera.
So now
Yes.
we're going in camera later this evening, you could move that.
With the intention that we would do that this evening. Do we have a seconder? Moved and seconded, no debate on a motion to table. We'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously. So we will return to this item later in the evening when we're in camera. Okay, that concludes correspondence for decision. Next item is the appointment of a building official, Jennings Sinclair. Well, Councillor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Warden. Jenny Sinclair has been hired as a full-time building official for the municipality. She has completed the required training to qualify to be appointed as a building official. Therefore, staff are requesting that Jenny Sinclair be appointed a building official. Therefore, I move that council appoint Jenny Sinclair as building official for the municipality of East Ends per section 5(2) of the Building Code Act. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by the Deputy Warden, Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just some clarification, what's the difference between a building official and a building inspector?
John?
Through Madam Ward, nothing really. It's just the official term is building official.
Very good, thank you.
Seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously. The next item is the ratification of the acquisition of Lot 1A on the Burncoat Road. Who's taking this one?
Someone just needs to make the motion to ratify.
Okay, Shirley, could you clear the vote? Counselor Tingley.
I'm just gonna make the motion. In September 2025, council directed staff to acquire PID 453-87396, Lot 1A, Burnt Coat Road, Burnt Coat. The acquisition was successful and the transaction closed January 9th, 2026. The purchase can now be ratified, so move that council ratify the purchase of PID 453-87396 for purchase price of $72,000 plus applicable taxes and due diligence, funded through the Tourism Fund and General Tax Contingency Reserve.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Counselor Musa. Is there any discussion on the motion? We'll go to the vote.
I don't know.
Motion is passed unanimously. Next, we will go to first reading of bylaw A 200-1 and amendment to bylaw A 200, water supply and on-site sewage disposal system upgrade lending program bylaw. Councillor Gard Cole. Go ahead.
Regular meeting of council, January 28, 2026. Bylaw A200-1, an amendment to bylaw A200 water supply and on-site sewage disposal system upgrade lending program. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee received a report recommending amendments to bylaw A200 water supply and on-site sewage disposal system upgrade lending program to transition the program to a permanent fund capped at $500,000 with loan repayment reinvested and minor housekeeping amendments to clarify household income requirements, adjust income limits for inflation, and allow limited flexibility for applicants in default under exceptional circumstances. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends that council give first reading to bylaw A200-1, an amendment to bylaw A200 water supply and on-site sewage disposal system upgrade lending program bylaw, and that the Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommend that council extend the well and septic loan program under bylaw A200-1 with the program funding amount to be increased to and capped at $500,000. As Chair of the Corporate and Residential Services Committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Is there any discussion? Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. If, as we discussed at the committee, that we don't want to spend too much of our reserve on that program, and we're gonna cap it at 500,000, is there any chance that could lower the amount that we lend to people instead of 20,000, make it lower or something like that? Just to be able to help more people, because if we deplete it like in half the year and we're done, is that an option or?
I don't know, but from my view, given the cost of wells and septics, I think that amount was set on because it somewhat reflects the cost, and anything any lower, if it's someone depending on this to be able to do it, it might prohibit them from doing it. Certainly, council could make whatever decision they wished, but I think that was kind of a thinking behind the amount at the time.
So the way it works, just one kind of, the way it works, so if somebody want to put a well and it cost 8,000, can they apply for more than 8,000 or just the 8,000?
I believe he has to have an estimate. Is that not correct?
So
And that
it's-
the amount would be
it's-
based on the.
Okay, so they cannot apply for no more than what they need. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously.
A second motion requesting a report back to committee once the cap has been reached will be dealt with later in the meeting as part of the committee report.
Thank you. Next item, Corporate and Residential Services Committee report. Back to you, Councillor Garden Cole.
The committee held its regular meeting on January 20th, 2026 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of this meeting. Item 1, presentation from the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department. Representatives of the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department made a presentation requesting the municipality take ownership of their property to help facilitate grant access for a new station. Item 2, Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, FSANS Fire Governance Review. In 2025, the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, FSANS, completed a provincially funded fire services governance study with 40 recommendations aimed at modernizing fire services, presented to government in September 2025 and currently under review through provincial engagement sessions. The report addresses governance, dispatch and communications, training standards, firefighter health and safety, sustainable funding, and volunteer recruitment and retention. The report does not assign costs to its recommendations, underscoring the importance of municipal involvement before legislative changes, and aligns with East Hants Council's strategic goal of supporting long-term fire service planning. No motion coming forward. Item 3, Well and Septic Loan Program Update. Staff presented a report providing an update on East Hants Water Supply and On-Site Sewage Disposal System Upgrade Lending Program, launched as a $200,000 pilot in September 2024 and expanded to $400,000 in February 2025 due to strong demand. Over 14 months, 16 applications have been approved, 1 is in progress, and most funds are now allocated, prompting staff to recommend adding $100,000, transitioning the program to a permanent fund capped at $500,000 with loan repayments reinvested. The report also proposes minor amendments to bylaw A200 to clarify household income requirements, adjust income limits for inflation, and allow limited flexibility for applicants in default under exceptional circumstances. The motion related to the bylaw update was dealt with earlier in the meeting tonight. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends that once the cap of $500,000 has been reached, a report with the number of waiting applicants and costs be brought back to council for decision based on our financial situation at that time. East Hants Water Supply and On-Site Sewage Disposal Upgrade Lending Program.
Seconded by Councillor Rhino. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously by those in the room.
Item 4, Darline Land Management and Encroachment Bylaw Update. Staff presented a report responding to council's direction to advance long-term management of the Darline DAR line, including a proposed long-term agreement with the East Hants Multi-Use Trail Association. The report recommends authorizing a 10-year agreement with EHMUTA to manage and maintain a portion of the DAR line for multimodal trail use, while retaining municipal control and addressing liability, safety, and operational risks. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends to Council that Council authorize the CAO to enter into a 10-year renewal term with the East Hants Multi-Use Trail Association for the management and maintenance of the DAR line between King Road in Kennecott and the East Hants, West Hants boundary in Stanley that permits multimodal recreational trail use consistent with the terms and conditions outlined in the January 8, 2026 dated staff report, with the intent to move toward a future agreement for the entire DAR line. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Hebb. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously.
This concludes the report.
Thank you. Next, we will move to the Planning Advisory Committee report. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The committee held its regular meeting on January 2026 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of this meeting. Number 1, PLN 25-001, Core Worldwide, Tech Amendment to Land Use Bylaw. Staff presented a report regarding an application from Core Worldwide, Inc. to amend the land use bylaw by increasing the maximum commercial floor area in the highway commercial zone from 930 square meters to 2,000 750 square meters. The proposed amendment would enable new and future commercial development at 674 Highway 214 in Belknap and would apply to all 21 properties zoned highway commercial in East Hants. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council give first reading to the application from Coors Worldwide, Inc. to amend the LUB by increasing the maximum commercial floor area of the highway commercial zone to 2,750 square meters for the purpose of enabling a public hearing and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Counselor Hebb. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously.
Number 2, Plan 25-013, Arkham Development Limited. Staff presented a report regarding an application for Arkham Development Limited to amend the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to allow townhouse development on portions of 2 properties on Dory Lane in Enfield. The proposal seeks to redesignate the lands for established residential to medium-density residential and rezone them to R2, to the townhouse RT2 zone to enable cluster townhouses. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting to consider an application from Arkham Development Limited to amend the MPS and LUB by changing the use designation and zones for portions of PIDs 452-35843 and 452-35835, Dory Lane, Enfield, and the parking standards for townhouses be reviewed before going to the public information meeting. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Do we have seconded by Counselor McPhee? Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair to staff, it probably will automatically happen, but I just want to ask the question. It doesn't mention that a report regarding the review will be brought back to council. It just says that it'll be reviewed. Will a report be brought back to council?
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Yes, that would be the intent, that before we go to the PIN,
Thanks.
we would bring a report back to PAC.
Yep, that's it. Thanks.
Counselor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I was just looking for information along the same lines as Councillor Tingley. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will go to the vote. The motion is passed unanimously.
Number 3, Maitland Heritage Conservation District Plan and Bylaw Review, Bylaw P 1100. Staff presented a report proposing minor amendments to the Maitland Heritage Conservation District Plan, Bylaw, and Design Guidelines following our staff review to improve clarity and consistency while maintaining heritage objectives. Changes include updates to design guidance for materials, signage, fences, and accessibility ramps, along with minor editorial corrections. As required by provincial regulations, a public participation program is proposed and background information will be submitted to the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council adopt the public participation program outlined in the staff report regarding the Maitland Heritage Conservation District Review and dated January 7, 2026, and approve sending the background information to the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Do we have a seconded by Counselor Merriam? Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'd like to turn the chair over to the deputy warden if I could. I have a couple of questions. First, when would we be sending the background information to the minister? Would this be before we adopted any changes we were going to make? Or would it be afterwards?
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. As I sit here, I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure, though, it's before. It's part of the process that you would send them what you intend to do and the background that supports that, and go from there.
Therein is a problem for me, because we're now sending something to the minister saying this is what we're intending to do, when we haven't decided whether we're doing it or not. We haven't had the public feedback or the public meetings. So we're sending him something that we think we're going to do when we don't know if we're going to do it or not. And the risk for me there is in the minister seeing this and thinking, yes, that's an excellent idea. And then when the final product goes to the minister, then it raises questions as to, well, why didn't you do this? And I think that should be there. And so that's always a problem for me when things get sent off to provincial departments before they're fully approved by council. So number one, I have a problem with that. And number two, I still struggle with putting design requirements on ramps that may be required by folks in emergency situations. And I know that this motion is to do the public participation and everything, but because it also includes sending the background information off before any decision's been made, I still find myself in the position that I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, look for anybody else looking to speak? If not, call for the motion. Motion is passed with 6-4, and 4 against, and against is. Okay. Councillor Sandra Garden-Cole, Councillor Rhino, Councillor Rolston, and Chairperson myself. Thank you.
Last item, 2026-2027 Plan Review Scoping Report. Staff presented a report seeking council authorization to begin a comprehensive review of the East End Official Community Plan in 2026, including the municipal planning strategy, land use bylaw, and subdivision bylaw. The review will address growth, housing, infrastructure, environmental, and land use challenges through extensive public engagement and supporting studies. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council authorize staff to begin a plan review as outlined in the staff report 2026-2027 Plan Review Scoping Report dated January 9th, 2026, following option C. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Musa. Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I would just like to have it stated again that this report will take into consideration the review of zoning and such on that took place probably 2 years ago. Because on my Facebook page, I've already said that this would probably be, this was mandated by the province. And I got back several issues. Didn't you just do this 2 years ago? And as I spoke in the executive committee, I just don't want to go down that road again. So I want the assurances that, we won't be going through as similar a process as we did before.
John?
To you, Madam Warden. I mean, obviously, we'll take our direction from council in terms of topics that are discussed in public. Next month, we do have a report coming to PAC to talk about the consultation that we're proposing, so the type of events and the locations and so on. Having said that, I think that even if, you don't touch any of the big issues in the RU2 area, There is some cleanup that needs to happen to the document in those areas. I mean, you've brought yourself some
Yeah.
issues forward, so.
That's understandable, but I just wanted to hear it again, that we're not gonna touch, we may not be touching those big issues, because that is a very upsetting, touchy subject for the people in District 5, so.
I think that's something that council could give direction on when the director brings forward the plan at that time. Is that correct?
So the report next month will talk about locations and type of events. Not really the detail though, that I think we're talking about, the big three things that were controversial last time: agricultural land protection, coastal zone management, and settlement zoning or designations. What I would say is, before we go to the public, I think we'll have enough background papers to you that we'll be able to decide what we're going to talk about when we get there.
Well, let me put it this way, I'll wait with complete interest until I get that report, right? Because, like I said, I stated in my opinion, and, I feel strong about that, about revisiting touchy issues that have basically been put to bed for a while. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I see where Councilor Rhino coming from, and I think myself too, going back to that area that we did 2 years ago, before the 10 years, it's gonna be, so if we revisit this, wouldn't be putting us in jeopardy to have the ministers say about the things that we decided 2 years ago, like the agriculture and the erosion zone, or whatever, like the flood zone and stuff. So I think revisiting those one is not a good idea unless we have something that bad feedback about what we did 2 years ago. I don't think we should go there.
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden, and I think it sounds like that's where we're going, that when we go to places like Maitland or Kennecott or wherever, it'll be that conversation that, planning was just brought in 2 or 3 years ago. How's it going? What are your pain points? What regulations need to be cleaned up? There are these three big issues that are controversial. Council's not considering implementing any of that stuff at this point, and kind of go from there.
That sounds good. Thank you.
I have a question. There is a lot of concern I'm reading about this, and I confess to having a bit myself. Would it be appropriate for there to be a motion asking staff to bring back a short report detailing what the plan review intended to bring forward around the newly zoned area? And then everybody's clear.
We can certainly do that, and actually can probably do that in time for your February meeting at the same time we deal with the consultation.
So if someone would like to make that motion, then everyone will be on the same page and everyone will know, and we won't be consistently asking. So I leave that up to council. Councillor Rhino?
Madam Warden, I move that we ask for a small staff report on the intentions of.
I'm sorry, there's already a motion on the floor. It would have to be
Yeah.
after we deal with this motion. That's my error.
Could I make,
So-
okay.
Okay, any further discussion to the motion on the floor? Which is to begin the plan review and to use option C. Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously.
This includes my report.
Thank you. I'll now go back to Councillor Rhino.
I would move the staff prepare a small report pertaining to the land use bylaw review with knowing, or not knowing, surrounding the RU2 zone in, with regards to what we're gonna touch in forth. I guess that's as plain as I can put it.
Do we have a seconder? seconded by Counselor Head. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed by a vote of 10-1. Counselor Perry voting nay. Okay, that concluded planning advisory. Next, we will move to Parks, Recreation, and Culture. Counselor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The committee held its regular meeting on January 20th, 2026 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of the meeting. Number one, Rising Tides signage update. Staff presented a report recommending discontinuing the Rising Tide Shore signage program due to project delays, rising costs, limited progress, and reduced reliance on physical signage by visitors. The $100,000 budget would be reallocated to other tourism-related capital priorities, and any grant funding reassigned or returned as required. Staff also recommend updating the 2019 East Hants Tourism Strategy to reflect current tourism conditions and reassess priorities for wayfinding, visitor experience, and economic development. So from that, the Parks and Recreation and Culture Committee recommends that council give the CIO direction to, number one, discontinue the Rising Tide Shore signage program. Number two, request to allocate the provincial beautification funds to other appropriate projects or return funding and return any municipal funds to the tourism reserve. And that, number three, council directs staff to update the existing East Hants tourism strategy to reflect current tourism conditions, to be presented for council approval at a future date. As chair of the committee, I do so move.
Seconded by Counselor Mitchell. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously.
That concludes my report, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Next, we go to the Infrastructure and Operations Committee. Over to you, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The committee held its regular meeting on January 20th, 2026 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of this meeting. Thomas Street paving petition financial update. Staff presented a report outlining how a successful paving petition for Thomas Street could be coordinated with the municipality's planned gravel road rehabilitation project to reduce overall costs and result in a paved road. Staff proposed that the municipality would fund $860,000 gravel road rebuild needed for long-term performance, while residents will contribute an additional $310,000 cost to pave the road through a successful paving petition. Staff recommended proceeding with the paving contingent on petition approval and updating the capital project to reflect the shared cost approach. The Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommend that council update capital project 24-018 gravel road replacement Thomas Street, with the change being to seek approval in the capital budget to be completed in the fiscal year 27-28. The scope will now include the paving of the municipal-owned road for a total project of $1,170,000, contingent on a successful paving petition and where local residents agree to contribute towards the transition to a paved surface. Where there is understanding the base estimate, $860,000 of gravel costs is considered work that would be done by the municipality within the same window of time and thus not contradiction of the local improvement charge bylaw F100. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Counselor Merriam. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. The motion is passed by a vote of 10-1. With Counselor Rhino voting nay. Back to you, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Status of construction and demolition, C&D landfill cell waste management center. Staff presented a report seeking approval for an additional $410,000 to build a new construction and demolition landfill cell at the Waste Management Center. The project was originally approved at $1,425,000 in 25-26, but updated engineering and higher 2025 material costs have increased the total cost to $1,840,000. The extra funding would come from solid waste operating reserve, and construction is planned for 2026. The Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommend that council approve the addition of $410,000 to the capital project 25-019 construction and demolition landfill cell, with funding coming from the solid waste operating reserve G501, and that will see the updated total approved budget for the project become $1,840,000. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Counselor Hebb. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Waiting for someone to vote. The motion is passed unanimously.
Warden, this concludes the report.
Thank you. All right. The next item regards Code of Conduct Sanctions. Do you want to introduce that, CAO, or do we go directly to? Okay, we'll go directly to Counselor, to the report. Oh, sorry. I have to read the report. Sorry, folks.
It's all explained.
This report is dated December the 18th, 2025. Council received a code of conduct complaint from a member of the public on October the 2nd, 2025 regarding Councillor Carl McPhee, then Deputy Warden McPhee, under Schedule A, Section 5 of the appendix to the Code of Conduct for Municipal Elected Officials Regulations, the code. And I would just put in there that this complaint was received prior to the province changing the code to not allow public complaints. So this complaint came in before that, and we were required to, of course, follow it. Following an independent investigation of the complaint, the investigator found the allegations against Councillor McPhee are substantiated, and that the councillor made several inappropriate comments during a public council meeting, comments that were inconsistent with the behavioral expectations outlined in Schedule A of the code. Council has reviewed the investigator's report and has determined that there was a breach of the code. Councillor McPhee's comments failed to demonstrate respect for fellow council members, the democratic process, and the public. They also risk diminishing public confidence and the reputation of council of the municipality. While Councillor McPhee has demonstrated remorse and taken steps to apologize to one colleague, this does not negate the breach. The code outlines sanctions that council may impose on a councillor who is found to have breached the code, and in this case, the following sanctions shall apply. Councillor McPhee must issue a written public apology for the inappropriate comments made during a public council meeting. And as per Section 18 of the code, Councillor McPhee will be required to take additional code of conduct training to be organized through the municipal clerk's office. This report shall serve as a public record under Section 15 of the Code of Conduct for Municipal Elected Officials Regulations. So I will go to you, Councillor McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, I am addressing remarks that I made 24 September 2025 at regular meeting of council. Remarks were disrespectful. I've previously apologized to Councillor Rhino, and now I apologize to council and the public who were in the gallery or watching the live stream. I recognize the need to follow the procedures required for council to operate democratically, and I will do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Shirley.
I don't believe we need any further action from this. Yeah, and staff will arrange and be in touch for the training to take place. Thank you. Councillor Rhino?
Since Councillor McPhee made an apology to me, I fully accept his apology, and I thank him for it.
Thank you. All right, moving along. The next item is the warden's report. So I will turn the chair over to you, Deputy
Madam
Warden.
Warden, time for your monthly report.
Well,
please.
folks, it's going to be a very short report this month. I've been under the weather for most of the month of January and have been home keeping my germs to myself. So I really have not attended any public functions. I've managed to keep up with assorted meetings via Zoom. And I will just close with saying I don't wish any of these nasty bugs that are around on anyone. So anyway, that concludes my report at this time. Thank you.
You're right, that was short. Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to you. Madam Warden.
All right, we'll now go to business from councilors. Does anyone remember where I started last month? I can never remember. All right, then we'll start with we're going to start with Councilor Rhino this month then. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think, Madam Warden, first is not always the greatest thing to go, but I'll try. Just as a quick report, December the 21st of, I gave a certificate of recognition recognizing Martha Clooney on her 81st birthday. On January the 10th, at Knoll Fire Hall, the municipality I presented a certificate recognizing Ronnie Singer for his 80th birthday. And on January the 18th, I had a busy Saturday. I was first at the Knoll Fire Hall, and I presented Lewis Laughlin with an 80th birthday certificate on behalf of the municipality. And then quickly went up to the Maitland Fire Hall and presented a certificate of recognition to Robbie Roberts of Maitland, who turned 90 on that same day. So that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Councilor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It's been fairly quiet in District 1 post-Christmas. Mostly I'm dealing with traffic issues. Just wondering where we are at in Concord Way. We kind of had I think it was a 3-step process that we were going through, pardon me, waiting for, where are we at with that? I think we were waiting for, I'm not sure, forms or something to come. We were passing out information pamphlets or putting things on
Yes.
people's windshields. And then there was going to be warnings, I guess.
Okay, John?
Some-
Yes, to you, Madam Warden, and warnings have been handed out. I know that. The actual ticketing, I don't think we've done any actual fines yet.
Okay. So is that coming? I'd really like to be able to tell these residents that we're being proactive. I sent a few pictures around earlier today, just depicting some of the results of having people parking on the road and what the, days afterwards, what the lasting effects of not having the roads properly cleared up. And, people are, I told them after I was speaking to the RCMP at our quarterly report last time that they were welcome to call them. They say that they call them and they tell them to call the municipality or else nothing is being done. So they feel like they're getting the runaround, and I just want to be able to let them know that we are being, that we're taking action. I realize that the RCMP apparently are the only ones who can do the actual towing.
To you, Madam Warden, I don't have a date in front of me, but I can look into it and I can send something along that's more definitive.
For what?
For if and when the actual ticketing of vehicles will happen.
Okay, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a couple items. On January the 6th, I attended the public information meeting dealing with the property on Upper Nile River and a setback on some farm property. I want to thank staff dealing with roads for trying to educate the residents about snow clearing standards. I read 6 or 7 emails today from staff and also the resident about snow clearing, and I'm hoping that the information gets through. I talked to the director earlier this evening about the snow clearing standards and looking for ways how we can educate the residents on what their standards are. So it appeared that the one that sent to me from K.A. didn't understand the standards, or the standards didn't suit what he thought they should be. So I want to thank staff, Alex and Matthew, for their due diligence and being professional in sharing the snow standards for P1 roads and also P2. As we know, next month is the Black History Month, so my question through the staff is what the plans might be to recognize any African Nova Scotians that live in East Hants. And I was trying to research how many residents in East Hants identify as African Nova Scotians besides myself and my siblings.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, through Madam Warden. Just want to take the time to add to the education, just for public awareness on snow clearing standards. It's in a council policy. It's publicly available online. So if anyone wanted to go to the East Hants website, there's a tab across the top, municipality, and it drops down, council and staff. There's council policies, and within that is the East Hants policy for winter clearing standard for roads and sidewalks. The public has that available. They can go through it. If they have any questions or clarifications on what it means, by all means, email staff at roads@easthants.ca. Staff would be more than happy to go through it and explain what the different categories are. The standard was last updated in 2024. So I just wanted to share that info as the topic came up.
It doesn't appear that this resident is satisfied with the information given and also the snow clearing that happened over the last 2 storms. And the second part deals with,
And the second part, I'm going to defer to the CAO.
thank you.
Through you, Madam Warden. So for the next month, we do have messaging going out on our social media. We have a banner that we will put up in the lobby recognizing the month, and we do have a flag that will be raised on the flagpole. Generally, our messaging, I believe, links to all the provincial resources for the education component of why we celebrate the month. So that would be our general plan. Do we have a plan to recognize specific individuals? We don't at this point. I don't think we're that mature in our communications around the different months that you have in your policy that you celebrate and recognize. But I would anticipate that becomes somewhat part of our Equitable East Hants plan and some of those action plans that come from that, but we're not there yet.
Thank you for that information. If you see me strutting around next month, you'll know why. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and nothing at this time. Thank you.
And we'll go to Councillor McPhee.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just have the one item, and that's to allow all the councilors, staff, and anybody listening on live stream. The Shubenacadie Legion Branch 111 has been having we're on their second raffle now, a lottery, and they did quite well off of the first one last month. And it's for the maintenance of the building. I don't know if that's the only thing they can use the funds for, but that's the intention. And tickets, I know, are available at the Home Hardware, Plus, I don't have the number, but you can do an e-transfer also and get the tickets. So anyone who's interested in taking part in that, it would be a great help to the local Legion. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Counselor Merriam. Oh, no, sorry, Deputy Warden, almost skipped you again.
Okay, through you, Madam Warden. I'll be short too. Like other councils, we had some issues with snow removal and that on, mine was mainly on gravel roads, and I've been passing out the information that the director forwarded. And this last storm, I had no complaints, which was nice. I had one issue with waste pickup in the Arrowhead Park, and through staff, it was all fixed and cleaned up within 24 hours, and they were very happy, and I think they sent the CAO a thank you note on that. Outside of that, I look forward to budget with you in the next month or so. Thank you.
Starting tomorrow. Thank you. Now we'll go to Counselor Merriam.
Great, thank you, Madam Warden. So a couple events that I was involved with. One, I had the pleasure of doing a visitation at Milford Fire on January 7th, just to go and experience the hall and talk to a bunch of the folks there. I also attended the public information meeting on January the 6th. Wanted to take the opportunity, given that time of year, to break up the winter blues. We've got the Milford Meltdown happening February 6th, 7th, so it's coming right up. Quick look at the events. Friday, February 6th, food truck, lighted trail walk, which sounds interesting. Fireworks at 7 o'clock. Saturday, February 7th, there's an afternoon jamboree. Of course, that's live music. And the ever popular adult dance at the Milford Rec Center, 9 o'clock on Saturday evening, February 7th. Tickets are available. If you go to Facebook, you can see details searching up by Milford Rec. One other question I had through you, Madam Warden, to staff was a question from one of our residents recently, and it was around the ice conditions and curling, and just to express, I guess, some concern about how it hadn't been as good lately as usual. And I understand some proactive steps have been taken, and I was just wondering if I could ask staff to address. Thank you.
Go ahead, Alana.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. So for the month of December, we were having some challenges with our newer of the two Zambonis and actually the ice leveler. So we actually had to switch the ice leveler over to the older Zamboni, which was less than ideal. And then with the repair required to the ice leveler, we did have some challenges with the curling ice conditions. I'm happy to say that the newer Zamboni is now working properly, the ice leveler is working properly, and conditions should be far better. Further to that, staff have met with the curling group last week to just talk through some of those issues and get some feedback. And we have, since assuming operations, we have collaborated with the Curling Association to have somebody from the Lakeshore Curling Club come in and discuss that with the technicians. And we did send some of our staff, I believe, to Chester on some training. So, they alone, I think, between the end of last week and the beginning of this week, it's been 5 to 10 hours specifically trying to get, sorry if I don't have the terms 100% correct, playing down the ice a bit to get it to a height that's more appropriate. And on Monday alone, they put 5 hours into that just to try and improve those conditions. So they felt that with the equipment repairs, everything should be far better.
No, that's wonderful. That's substantial work. Thank you for that, and I'm sure that will go a long way with the curling group. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It's been kind of a busy period out our way. I had the privilege to pass out a 65th anniversary certificate to Pearl and Morris Williams on the 20th of January to celebrate their anniversary. Already have had a pre-budget meeting with the Uniacke Volunteer Fire Department. Some good news coming out of that. There is a new community youth group that has started up in cooperation between some members at St. Paul's United Church and the Uniacke Baptist Church. They're going to alternate between venues, and this is for grades 4 to 9. And it's open to everybody, any faith. It's just a new community group to get kids together and give them something to do. and enjoy, being together. If anybody in the area wants to get more information, they can contact Michelle Green at St. Paul's United or Karen Peck at the Uniac Baptist Church. I do have a motion coming forward. It was brought to attention during this winter cycle that the Uniac Business Park is part of our road exchange with the province, which it considers a local road and has a different service level than what is being provided to the business park in Elmsdale. Business Park in Elmsdale is a priority one, they get cleared quicker, and the business park in Mount Uniac is not cleared at the same rate and the same time as the business park in Elmsdale is. So for that reason, I move that council directs the CAO to provide a staff report during budget discussions on snow removal service levels for the Mount Uniac Business Park, with options to consider aligning it with the service levels in the Elmsdale Business Park.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Musa. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I don't want to do another motion for my area, so I would like to amend this motion to cover all the municipal road in Mount Union, in the rural area.
No, I'm sorry, but that would change the intent of the motion.
Change the intent
This
of the
motion
motion.
deals only with the
You need
business
to make
park.
a different motion.
Okay.
Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I believe the main road out here is provincially owned, and I think the business park and municipality is municipally owned.
Just the front part is provincially owned.
What's that?
Just the front part of Park Road is.
Only the front part of Park Road is provincially owned and the rest of it is municipally owned.
What do you call the front part? Doesn't it go back to the back end?
Okay. Well, bear with me. Go ahead, Jesse.
Through Madam Warden, just road ownership, there's a portion of Park Road that is provincially owned. It transitions just past Industrial Way. That said, in winter clearing, it's all cleared by the municipality in our road exchange, and we have a P1 service level tied to the business park. And so that differs, which staff can detail in a report, that differs from how the province treats the Uniac Business Park, which is cleared by the province in how the exchange has been done. They treat it or serve it as a residential road in its service level and how it's cleared in the frequency. And so it would receive a different experience.
Level of service.
Absolutely. And so that comparing business park to business park is something staff can do. If this was was to pass, I would anticipate we'd be able to hit either budget meeting February 10th or 12th, and be able to focus in on detailing that.
Good, thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you for that, council. Two other events are coming up this Sunday. There's scheduled to be a major snow event. So just for the public and everybody else, be safe, check on your neighbors, and do what East Hants always does, and come together. They're calling for a nor'easter, so could be power outages, could be people cut off, could be people snowed in. So just take care of your neighbors. And in 2 weeks, there'll probably be a lot of people getting together to cheer on their team in the Super Bowl. Again, attend your parties, be safe, cheer your team on, and go Patriots. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I also attended the fire hall, the meeting with the fire department for the budget, and it looks good so far. And to add to Councillor Perry's, like Mount Uniac have been left like to the weather for more than 24, 36 hours. Like when we do the swap or the road exchange with the province, like people expect better service. Like here, I thank you, Jesse, for pointing us to the municipal policy, and it said, I don't wanna talk about priority one, but local residential no later than after 10 centimeter accumulation. And East Uniacke Road was buried with over 20 centimeter and not cleared. So can you imagine what our municipal road have been through? So I don't think that road exchange is working good for us. I probably money wise is or for this area is working because we're under control of our road here, but over there we're left for the province, and with their priority, some roads that took like 48 hours and people drove over those roads and built ice on them, and when the plow came in, like it's all icy already. So even when they received the service, it wasn't done right. So and it's very dangerous, and with all the development we're having on our municipal, like through our municipal road on what's called like Village Drive or no, Nature Drive, that was left for like 48 hours not touched. So it's a municipal road, and it was more than 10 centimeters and it was more than 6 hours. So all our standard is gone there. So something need to be done. So I would like to move a motion for the same purpose as Councilor Perry said, to review our road standard for clearance and the way to make it better
So
for our municipal roads.
you're looking for a report on the municipally owned roads in Mount Uniacke and the current service standards and how they're serviced?
Yeah.
Pardon? Sorry, I can't hear you.
No,
No.
it's a much bigger report.
Yeah, this would be a much larger report and might take longer to get through. Does that give you direction, Director? First, I'll ask if there's a seconder, I guess.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Perry. Go ahead, Jesse.
Through Madam Warden, so it's a more, this motion is more complex. Steph can absolutely do a report for this as well. The timeline will differ because staff will need to time to really review at the spread of residential roads across the municipality, and that long-term impact and the finance. We just need time. It's more complex. Trying to wrap my
So
head
this would
around it
not
right
be
now.
done in this budget cycle, there wouldn't be time. Is that-
If it take times, it take times, but
Yep.
I've been talking about that to Jesse every year for the last 3 years, that the service is not working right in the rural area, so. But you take your time and you bring a good report and we'll go from there.
Oh, and through Madam Warden, just to validate, I've heard reports of not just Mount Uniacke area. There's been then delays in 9 Mile River area as well. Similar experience, similar comments. So staff can comment on that when we put a report together.
So the motion is on the floor. Does everyone understand the motion? Is there any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously.
Okay, I got one more question to Jesse, and it's about the East Uniacke Road. Do you think our letter to the province will do anything about the priority level for that road? Because there's a lot of traffic on it with all the construction in Long Lake and everywhere. So the big truck are destroying it before they even get to it. So I think if we write a letter, do you think that will make any headway or make it better?
Through you, Madam Warden, yes, I do. I think a letter advocating for adhering to snow clearing standards for East Uniacke Road is appropriate, and referring to it as its function being more in tune with a route and trunk versus a residential road is important to reiterate and remind the province. I think that's a good thing to document if that was to go forward.
Okay, I would like to move that the staff write a letter to Public Work about the snow clearance priority for East Uniacke Road, and if they can treat it better than a local road and move it probably closer to a route. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder?
I will second it.
Seconded. Okay, and you, Counselor Perry?
Yeah, and I'm seconding it because right now, that corridor of East Uniacke Road is being used to divert heavy truck traffic as it goes through the cut-through, coming up through like the lumber yard from Upper Sackville, or from Sackville on the backside of the Beaver Bank Road. The same way that those vehicles travel and then cut up and go up through Rawdon as well. You're seeing a lot of increased truck traffic cutting through there to avoid the bottleneck and the churning down at the interchange as you hit Sackville and Bedford. You're seeing a lot of heavy truck traffic come through there, whether it's Nova Scotia Power trucks, whether it's transport trucks, whether it's rock trucks, whether it's whatever. But the large truck traffic on that road is not a residential road. It is a route road that's being used. And that was one of the justifications for the repaving that they just did on that road over the last number of years, and upgrading the quality of pavement on that road. So it's for that reason that I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor Rhino?
Thank you, Madam Warden. Are these letters to the Minister of Transportation? And if they are, I would suggest that we, if you haven't already talked to the MLA, I would suggest that a copy of these be sent to the MLA. Thank you.
I'd just like, if I could, for some clarification, that the intent of this letter is going to ask for the standards that are in place for this road to be met. I'm not sure. That's a little different than asking for the road to be reclassified to a different standard.
Through you, Madam Warden, it's a route and trunk now, and it's just reiterating to adhere to what the standard should be for that classification of road, and that although there's residential units on the road, it is a route or trunk and should be treated as such, and that is the style of the letter that would be crafted, and that's how staff are interpreting the motion.
Thank you. I may be back next month about the 14. Thank you. All right, we have the motion on the floor. Any further questions? We'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously. Anything further, Councillor Musa? Okay. So Councillor Tingley.
Nothing to report, Warden.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes business from the councillors. We do have a couple of in-camera items on the agenda, a contractual issue from Director Lana Tapper and the CAO priorities from the CAO, and we also have the land issue that we moved in camera earlier this evening. So I would be looking for a motion to go in camera.
Motion to in camera.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Contrary? Motion is carried. Staff will let us know when we are in camera. All right, I would report that we met in camera to discuss the land issue which was tabled earlier, a contractual issue and CAO priorities. First, I would be entertaining a motion, Counselor Merriam, to lift the previous motion from the table.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. I would like to move that we lift the tabled motion, read the sale of land from the table.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Counselor McPhee. All those in favor of lifting the motion from the table?
Aye.
Contrary? Motion is carried. Now to the motion. And the motion, do we have that somewhere, is for a report, I believe?
Was to have a report be brought back.
The motion was to have a report, have staff bring a report back to council around the selling of the piece of land that was requested by Mr. Wilkins. So seeing no one wishing to speak on that, we will now go to the vote on whether we're going to have a report or not. And the motion has failed by a vote of 9-2, with the Deputy Warden and Councillor Mitchell voting in favor and everyone else voting nay. Now, we have another motion coming forward. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I move that council informs the requested party for that land, that council is not declaring that land surplus at this time and is not looking to divest it.
Seconded by Councillor Rhino. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. The motion is passed unanimously. Okay, folks, that concludes the business. I think we could sip up there on the agenda. I threw mine away. So I will declare